watching CramerSez.
Welcome. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez podcast. We're live tonight because we got a special show. There's something going on in Atlanta, Georgia tonight, and we want to make sure that you are a part of it. Welcome. It is Thursday, June 27th. We've been waiting for months and months and months for this day. It's finally here. We get to see if Joe has the cognitive ability to finish the debate. I think it's interesting that it took him 10 days. 10 days to prep, to answer some questions. And if we know the Democrat Party, well, they already have all the questions. I mean, that's the way they work. Isn't that what Donna Brazile did for Hillary Clinton? So we know that the mainstream media works in tandem with the Democrat Party. And so Joe and his crew probably already have the questions for tonight because that's what they do. That's what they've done before. That's their history. But it still took him 10 days in hiding at Camp David to get prepared for tonight, which begs the question. If he had to reset his schedule, right, they had to get his biological clock to the point where he could stay up past 9 p.m. The question you've got to ask is this. What would happen on a regular day where he doesn't have his biological clock reset to stay up past 9 p.m. and be sharp as a tack? What would happen if Vladimir Putin dropped bombs on the United States at 9:15 or 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night? Is Joe already going to be asleep and in bed? Will they have to go wake up the commander-in-chief and go, hey, wake up. We're being attacked. I would say so, based on the fact that they have to spend 10 days to get him set to answer an hour and a half's worth of questions. That's where we are in the country, folks. That's where we are in the show. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to go live with the debate at 9. We'll break in here in just a moment. We're not going to have any interruptions. I'm not going to comment on the debate. I'm just going to let you watch it. But make sure to keep going in the comments because we want people talking in the comments. We want people talking about what's important. Folks, excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. For the last few weeks, I've been pushing one message and one message only. Get involved. Raise your voice. People keep saying they want to go to revolution, they want to go to civil war. I keep hearing it. I keep seeing it. I keep seeing people saying, hey, let's go to civil war. Let's kick these motherfuckers out. Folks, if you won't raise your voice, you won't raise a gun. If you won't risk losing a social media account to say what you really feel about the situation that America's in, if you won't do that, if you will not risk a social media account, if you won't risk your job, if you won't risk your marriage, if you won't risk relationships with your children because you're thinking that maybe, just possibly, it'll ruin it and it's not worth the life. If you won't do that, if you will not stand against everyone else on the planet to do the right thing, you will not. And by the way, just raise your voice. I'm not asking for revolution. I don't want civil war. I don't want revolution. I think that's all we have left available to us now. I don't think it gets any better anytime soon based on what we're seeing. The people that are currently in power are not going to relent. They're not going to suddenly go, guys, you're right. We've been dicks. That's not how it works. Oppression continues. It never stops. And if you don't think that we're oppressed today, just go back and look 10 years ago. When you could say whatever you wanted to say on Facebook, when you could say whatever you wanted to say on Instagram, when you could say whatever you wanted on Twitter before it became X. Think back. Think back of how it was before woke became woke. Before your children were being attacked on a regular basis. Before our women were being attacked and raped in the streets by illegal aliens. Think back to that America. Now, I've been saying for the last 2 years that the wargaming that we've done has proven that Trump will not be president. They will not allow it to happen. They can't allow it to happen. I know everybody's hopeful and everybody thinks I'm a black pill, but I'm a strategist and I get paid a lot of money to tell people what I think. You're getting it for free. It doesn't take too much of a genius to understand human nature. And human nature says the people that are guilty of crimes are not going to put somebody back in charge who will prosecute them, hold them accountable for those crimes. So this pipe dream that Trump is going to come in and he's going to lay everything bare, and they're just going to allow it to happen. Those people who may potentially hang for the crimes that they've committed against not only this country, but humanity. I mean, what have we learned about Fauci and the COVID experiments and the mRNA technologies? What are we learning about the bird flu? They've been doing gain of function on bird flu in the United States. They don't want that out. So these men and women who have been in power for so long will do anything to save their asses. And I've been telling you for a while. Steve Bannon came out and had a speech that was a fiery speech, Turning Point USA, where he said it's victory or death. Well, folks, if you don't realize that he's not talking in hyperbole, they killed men and women on January 6th. Unarmed men and women, the state, capital S, the federal government, killed unarmed U.S. citizens on January 6th. Well, Kramer, that was because there was an insurrection, an unarmed insurrection. The best armed people on the face of the earth. Let me show you what a real insurrection looks like. What just happened in Kenya? Have you been paying attention to what just happened in Kenya? Yeah, Kenya had a little bit of an uprising. I think 8 to 10 people were killed. Citizens, military, police, killed. And what did the president do? He just relented. They're not going to raise those taxes. They're not going to force those people off their farms. They're not going to do it. Because when an insurrection is real and it's armed and people on both sides die, well, people on both sides pay attention. And that didn't happen in 2021. In the meantime, none of the election laws changed. In fact, if they were changed in blue states to be more beneficial to Democrats, to make it harder for you and I, everyday citizens, to go in and ask questions. Now, I'm not the only one thinking this. I'm not the only one saying it. General Flynn's saying it. Tucker Carlson is saying it. It's common sense. If you're waiting for the election to be our saving grace, well, there's no other way to put it. You're childishly naive and you're being a moron. You have to get involved, folks. Why? Well, because Victor Davis Hanson says it best. Trump is going to come back in and clean house. They're afraid of him. They won't allow him to come back into power. The next 20 to 30 minutes here is a conglomeration of some videos that I've picked up over the last couple of days, and I want you to watch them and listen closely, because this is where we are in America. This is where we are. In a country that's supposed to be built on freedom of speech, the home of the brave, the land of the free and the home of the brave, and here we are, people afraid to speak out because they might lose a social media account. Not their freedom, not their liberty, but a social media account. They've been silenced so that they can have followers and find out what the latest trends are and see the latest dance crazes. Unless you start speaking up and unless you lose your fear of being canceled, because what they've done to you folks is nothing different than what the school ground bully did on the playground. No difference. There's no difference in what the tactics that they're using. Shut the fuck up or we won't let you be involved in anything. That's what they did during COVID. If you don't take our shot, which, by the way, we've now learned was all bullshit, Pfizer never had any testing on that. And now a judge just said that vaccine isn't a vaccine. That thing that they changed the definition of a vaccine to meet, well, the judge says it wasn't a vaccine. The thing that they sold you, the thing that they stuck into your body was never a vaccine because it didn't meet the criteria of a vaccine. And guess what that does now? That opens up Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca, and all these others, Johnson & Johnson, opens them all up to being sued because they didn't deliver an actual vaccine. Because it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It didn't stop the disease, and it didn't keep you from getting sick from the disease. And that's why they'll never let Trump be president, because they do not want you or him or anybody else looking into their sins. That's why they fought so hard. Folks, we had 51 former intelligence officials that came forward, and what did they say? What they said was, listen closely, Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disinformation. They knew it was a lie. And they told you a lie anyway. Didn't care. Here's the other thing, folks. Hunter Biden and his daddy Joe Biden, The current president, they both knew that was his laptop. They knew the truth. They didn't come forward and say, hey guys, that is my laptop. They didn't say that. They were ready to die with the lie. And that's why they'll never allow Trump to be president. With that being said, let's go to these videos. The first one here is Victor Davis Hanson. Enjoy.
They look at Trump as a vampire, and they put a stake in his heart, but they're afraid that stake could come out any time, that he's undying, and they're afraid of him. They are terrified of him. You know why they're terrified of him? Because they think he's smarter this time, and he has just cause to really get angry because of what they did to him. They can write all of the Atlantic Monthly, and they can write all of the New Yorker clever, glib little essays about Donald Trump was a threat to democracy, or they can write all their little Molly Ball Time essays, how clever and brilliant they were with their cabals and their conspiracies to get rid of him. But deep down inside, they know that if the right ever did that to Barack Obama or Joe Biden, they could have really made something out of the fact that Barack Obama had a hot mic expose where he told the president of Russia, you tell Vladimir that I will be flexible on missile defense. That's the security of the United States of America, if he gives me space in my last election. And Putin did do that. That's an impeachable offense if a phone call to Ukraine is. So they understand that the right could have done that to them. And they understand now the right probably will do that to them for their own survival. And they are scared. They're saying if a MAGA candidate wins and they win the House and the Senate, we're cooked, because they're going to get special prosecutors and they're going to go after the Biden family like they've never gone after anybody. And they're going to find stuff because we know Joe is crooked. And then they're going to go after Merrick Garland, and they're going to go after Mayorkas, and they're not going to stop. And that's why they're scared. And they're going to do everybody thinks that the danger passed, they got what they wanted. No. You're never going to see anything like what they're going to do in 2024. All of this could have been reconciled. All they had to do was say Donald Trump should not be president, if that's what they believe. And we're not going to do any lawfare. We're not going to try to change the voting laws. We're not going to pack the court. We're not going to let in 2 states. We're not going to try to abolish the Senate filibuster. We're not going to try to change the voting ID laws. We're just going to play under the rules that we have. We don't need $419 million by Mark Zuckerberg infused. We don't need Sam Bankman-Fried, the crook, giving us $100 million. We're not going to go under the radar with George. So we're just going to show you, the American people, how we think Donald Trump should not be president, and we'll have a fair, and they can't do that. They don't trust themselves. They think, you know what? Anybody in his right mind would close that border right now. Close the border. Anybody in his right mind would recall all of those DAs that have destroyed these major cities. Anybody in his right mind would not beg the Saudis or the Venezuelans or the Russians or the Iranians to pump oil on the eve of a midterm or drain their strategic petroleum when you have so much natural gas and oil. Nobody in their right mind would do that. And nobody in their right mind would ever just pull out of Afghanistan without warning, just so Joe Biden can say that on the 20th anniversary of 9/11 or the original October invasion of Afghanistan, I'm the president that got us out. Nobody would do that. And nobody would print $6 trillion when there's a pent-up demand post-COVID lockdown and there's a supply chain disruption, and throw that money without any audit or examination of who got it and why and how it was spent, but to inflate the economy and ruin it. Nobody would do that. And so they know that. And they know that they can't take that record to the American people. They have a deductive mind because they're ideologue. So they start with a premise that we're for social justice and for equity of result. And so we're morally superior and smarter than anybody else. And therefore we are entitled to do things that other people don't do. And so if under the cover of COVID and frightening people about COVID, we can change all the voting laws so that 30% instead of voting absentee and early voting shall become 70% in most states with very little audit of the level necessary to authenticate most ballots. They just do all this stuff because they start with the deductive principle. We are better. This is the vision, and therefore the following must happen. And if things don't fit the narrative, then they go after the person, they censor it. That's how they work. And if you keep that in mind, then everybody makes sense. And what I'm saying is they go on from one lie to the next. So everybody now knows that Donald Trump, we just discussed it, was impeached for things that Joe Biden got away with. Okay. Everybody knows the laptop was authentic. Everybody knows that now. Everybody knows that it would have made a big difference on that debate when Donald Trump said it was, and Joe Biden said, no, 51 authorities. Everybody knew that Deschenko and Charles, or whatever his name, Dolan, and Christopher Steele were frauds, and especially Glenn Simpson, and that Hillary Clinton took over an old Never Trumper file, inflated it with $1 million, got the FBI on it to hire Christopher Steele as a consultant informant, hid her so-called legal expenses, and she was fined and cited for that violation through Perkins Coie, Fusion GPS, DNC, and that file was fraudulent. It was made up. I said that from the first time I saw it. Everything in it was false, and yet we wasted 22 months and $40 million to know what was obvious. No apology. In fact, not only no apologies, they got Pulitzer Prize winners, some of the reporters. Every time they give these monstrous lies, there's no apologies. And why should they? Because in their way, they're just narratives. They're postmodern Foucauldian, Lacan, Derrida narratives. They were useful. So that's what they look back. Well, they were useful at the time because when we went through the Mueller investigation, when we went through the laptop, we crippled Donald Trump, and therefore we were able to stop him. We had Anonymous. He was burrowed deep into the Homeland Security. He was a minor official, but we said he was one of the major operatives in the Trump administration. We lied. And then we printed his op-ed because it did what it was supposed to do. It weakened this right-wing agenda, so they think. And we got Admiral McRaven, and he came in and wrote an op-ed and said Trump should leave, the sooner the better. And then we got all of the 4 stars, McCaffrey, McChrystal, all of them, to say that Trump was Hitler, that he was Mussolini, that he was a liar, that he was danger. We got Mark Milley to call the Chinese. We did all of this. And yes, we do not want this to be done to us. If right now a retired 4-star general says that Joe Biden is senile, or he's dangerous, or the Afghanistan is a disaster, and he should be removed sooner or later, or his weaponization of the DOJ or the FBI is Mussolini-like, or his hounding of individual people at school boards, or the way he conducted the Mar-a-Lago raid is remnant of it's Nazi-like. And I'm just quoting from what they've said. You know what's going to happen to those people? You're going to get Merrick Garland to call up the Pentagon, and they're all going to be slapped with a Code 88 Uniform Code of Military Justice, and they're going to be court-martialed for disparaging the commander-in-chief. Trust me, they would in 2 seconds, and that's not going to happen. First, they're not going to say anything because they're not equally going to apply their standards of correct behavior on the part of and second all, they're going to say something with Donald Trump because they know that the media and the Pentagon are not going to do anything to them. Now, oh man, they would destroy them if they ever criticize the commander-in-chief. They would go after him like you wouldn't believe, and they know that. And so what we're talking about, I guess, to sum up and end this, they understand deterrence. They are saying to the American people, we are SOBs. We're capable of everything and anything. Now, which side do you want to be on? Because if you're on our side, you can do what Hunter Biden is. There's no consequences. If you want to say that the voting machines are crooked, like Jill Stein, go ahead. She did in 2016. If you want to be Barbara Boxer and 32 Democrats and say, you know what, we're not going to certify the Ohio count and hold up the whole election. We're going to try to do that. Don't worry. They did it in 2004. If you're Al Gore and the registrar and the attorney general says, well, the votes have been counted and they have been certified in Florida. Oh, no, we're going to sue. We're going to sue and hold up the entire election for a month. And so you can do all of that as long as you're on our side. But if you don't do that and you want to go on the other side, then you're going to be in big trouble. And that's the message that they're trying to say. That's what we're really getting down to. Join the winning side. It's sort of like in the Soviet Union. If you're part of the nomenclatura and you join the party, you're exempt. If you're not, well, you're on your own. People say to me, well, you're an academic and you spent your whole life. How did you deal with those 94% of all academics are left wing? And I'm just using that percentage because that's a percentage of those who give money to political campaigns. 94% go to left wing or Democratic causes. And they said, why are they so left wing? Is it they have tenure? They're exempt from the worrying about losing their job. They have guaranteed step increases. They have a 9-month work year. Is it because they teach their 1 or 2 classes a semester? What is it that makes them, are they idealistic because they deal with words or I said, no. They understand if you want to get tenure and you want to be promoted and you want to be liked, you just parrot the majority cause. If it paid better, they'd be fascist.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
Fucking cunts. They're the people that grow your food, goddammit. Wake up. Wake up to why anybody would do that. What fucking government would fuck with the farmers? What government would make it harder on the farmers? You're telling me that that's your number one problem is the farmers? How much crime do you have? How many murders? How many thieves? How many rapists? How many child molesters? How many swindlers? How many people that are ripping people off? How many credit card fraudsters do you have out there? And you're going after farmers? There's no way that's positive.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
Dude, how crazy that the politics now, they're just blatantly just stealing money.
Nuts, dude.
And smelling and molesting children.
It's crazy. Dude, no one cares. There's nothing we can do about
realized,
it.
Even if we voted,
there's nothing we can do about it.
Not
There's
at all.
nothing we can do about it.
We're all trapped in this fucking this money funneling all our money to fucking fight wars. Thankfully, our government is protecting all these people. That's the best thing.
And they killed Epstein just...
Bro, I can't get a pothole filled in fucking New Orleans, but you can fill a fucking 9-year-old out in the middle of the fucking ocean. Fuck this whole fucking government,
it's
dude.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's a bunch of sick fucking people, bro.
Yeah, man.
And a lot of it, I just wonder if it's just power. How long, like you were saying, like generations of fucking power. Do you just get so sick that even caring about somebody doesn't even seem like it makes any sense to you anymore?
Yeah.
It's literally like a game of like a Risk or one of those. It's like a computer game someone's playing.
And
they're so close to beating it, though. They're so close to beating the game.
We just need to drain the swamp, dude.
They need like $60 trillion more from us, dude. And then we're gonna win.
Once we save Ukraine, we're back.
True.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show. Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's affordable health care.
Impact Health Sharing offers comprehensive medical services, covering preventive care, maternity, accidents, illnesses, and injuries.
Plus, choose any doctor or healthcare provider you trust with no in-network restrictions.
Enjoy the freedom and coverage you need
for your entire family.
To learn more about how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs, call 844-827-2637.
That's 844-827-2637.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Klaus, your annual global risk report makes for a stunning and sobering read. For the global business community, the top concern for the next 2 years is not conflict or climate. It is disinformation and misinformation, followed closely by polarization within our societies. These risks are serious because they limit our ability to tackle the big global challenges we are facing. Changes in our climate and our geopolitical climate, shifts in our demography and in our technology, spiraling regional conflicts and intensified geopolitical competition and their impacts on supply chains. The sobering reality is that we are once again competing more intensely across countries than we have in several decades. And this makes the theme of this year's Davos meeting even more relevant: rebuilding trust. This is not a time for conflicts or polarization. This is a time to build trust. This is a time to drive global collaboration more than ever before. This requires immediate and structural responses to match the size of the global challenges. I believe it can be done, and I believe that Europe can and must take the lead in shaping that global response.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
So did you see this recent article? Let me go ahead and, read between the lines a little bit on this one, but in order to do this properly, I think I should do it in the original Klaus Schwab. We have recently conducted a scientific study which has concluded, just as we suspected, that you having any control over your own food supply is bad for the planet. That's right. Every time you plant a vegetable garden, a polar bear dies, and we wouldn't want that. That is bad. So we will take complete control of the food supply, so be a good boy and girl, eat your bugs, okay? I'm off on a private jet to go discuss things with science, and I will be right back. But I leave you with this montage of a young Swedish girl yelling at random people. That's pretty much the gist of it.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
I mean, the Democrats have had 4 years to put Trump on trial, and it is all just going away. They blew it at every term. Here's what's happened this week. Georgia, that one, okay. They're going to take up Trump's argument about Fani Willis. Now, she's the prosecutor. She's having an affair with the guy she hired. I mean, it's not really relevant to the case, but they left an opening. And now that one's going to be delayed. The stolen documents one, that's never going to happen because that's a Trumpy judge down there. So it's Stormy or bust.
I saw what you did there.
It just comes out. I'm not trying. If this one doesn't work, and she's a bad witness, because let me show you a little video. This is when I had Stormy on in 2018, and first I asked her why she had sex with Trump. Listen to that, and then listen to what she says after that, and then we're going to talk about the trial, because it's quite a variance of what she said to me in 2018. Why did you fuck Donald Trump?
I have no idea.
Okay, but you say it's not a Me Too case.
It is not a Me Too case. I mean, I wasn't assaulted. I wasn't attacked or raped or coerced or blackmailed. They tried to shove me in the Me Too box to further their own agenda. And first of all, I didn't want any part of that because it's not the truth, and I'm not a victim in that regard.
That's not what she's saying now. She's talking about he was bigger and blocking the way. It's all the Me Too buzzwords. She said there was a power imbalance of power, for sure. My hands were shaking so hard. She said she blacked out. Blacked out? She's a porn star. I don't think sex...
But that doesn't mean she's been subjected to the likes of Donald Trump.
Well,
I might black out too.
Do you really think she blacked out? I mean, a porn star is used to having sex with people she does not know. That's the job. It's kind of like Stormy Bob Stormy, fuck. Action, and let's go, and we're losing the light. So I just think she's not a good witness, and this is...
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
I am going to spend some time with the criminal justice system, with the justice system, asking them, tell us what's going on with the domestic terrorists. Are they preparing a civil war against us? Should we be concerned about our safety? What is he doing with this divisive language? It is dangerous, and we're going to have to make sure that we understand that we're not at risk with this man talking in the way that he's doing.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
It's been pretty well established that the election was stolen. It's pretty well established that they are sabotaging Trump. All of these allegations are fucking bogus. I don't want to bridge the gap between the left and the right. Fuck you if you're a liberal. Fuck you if you hate Trump. Fuck you if you believe any of this bullshit. You're a retard, and I don't want to be in the same country as you. So, war. We're not here to be friends. You fucked up. You're sabotaging the country. You believe bullshit. And the bullshit you're believing, this propaganda comes from absolute fucking losers.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
What is Impact Health Sharing?
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance.
It's a modern, affordable alternative to traditional health insurance, offering significant cost savings.
Most members save 30 to 50% on healthcare costs. With Impact Health Sharing, you enjoy the freedom to choose any doctor without in-network restrictions.
With an easy, hassle-free enrollment process.
Plus, access telemedicine 24/7 with $0 provider fees.
Call 844-827-2637 to learn how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs.
You're watching CramerSez.
Well, we are about 30 minutes out from the debate, and as soon as it comes in, then we'll jump there. In fact, let's go ahead and let's go there now and see what we've got going on here. Let's see here. I'm going to turn that down for the time being, folks. Let's take a look at what. Let's take a look at. Let's go back over here real quick.
You're watching CramerSez.
Let's just turn that off. Okay, let's take a look at what's happened over the last 3 to 4 years and how many times we've been lied to by the people that are currently in power. They told us that there was no truth whatsoever to the fact that Donald Trump was being spied on by the FBI. We've learned that was true. Not only did they spy on the Trump campaign, but the Mueller report also exposed that Hillary Clinton and the FBI spied on the Trump administration from within inside the walls of the White House after he was elected. The FBI continued to do that, and people from Hillary's campaign and her camp were also there feeding information out. That was in 2016, folks. That was nearly 8 years ago. They started spying on the President of the United States before he became president. And then they went after all of his minions. And they started picking them off. Well, I can guarantee you, I've been in business long enough that I can guarantee you that if you get a group of men and women together, I don't know, 300-400 people, and then you go through and you take a fine-tooth comb through their lives, regardless of how squeaky clean the guy at the top may be, I can guarantee you the people around him are not. That's what they know. They know that they'll find a crime. That's what Lenin said. Find me the man and I'll tell you the crime. That was in 2016. And then we heard Russia, the Steele dossier. Remember that? The Steele dossier that we now know that Speaker of the House, what's his name? Paul Ryan was one of the first ones to get his hands on that report. That was just released a couple of weeks ago. That Paul Ryan knew that the report was false the entire time and kept his mouth shut. He comes today on Fox News and makes an appearance on Fox News, and he's so pompous, no different than Mike Pence. He's pompous, arrogant, saying that he can't vote for this man when he knows that he's a liar, that he lied to the American people. By the way, lies through omission are still lies. If you don't tell me the truth when you know the truth and you let me believe the lie, you're the liar as well. Paul Ryan is a traitorous liar. We've got a bunch of them, folks. We got a bunch of them. Then we get to 2019. We get to the Hunter Biden laptop. We have to start having the first debates. Hunter Biden laptop story comes out, and we are silenced. Told we can't talk about it. But before that happened, folks, there was somebody with inside the White House. In fact, they were so effective at making us forget this guy's name that I can't recall his name. That's how it works. Remember the guy who listened in on the perfect phone call? We couldn't say his name. We couldn't mention his name. We couldn't put it in print on Facebook because he's a whistleblower and they have to be protected. What happened when the whistleblowers against Joe Biden came forward? Did they get the same consideration by the media? No. They were lambasted. They were roasted, set on fire, because that's how they work. If you think it's going to get any better, again, you're childishly naive. If you listen to what Victor Davis Hanson had to say, it's clear, folks. They're not going to let Trump be president. You have to wrap your head around the fact that that's going to be the case. I have no faith in the electoral system in this nation. Look at what just happened today. We were informed today that the people that were supposed to be able to watch the debate from within inside the debate arena have been told that, no, you're going to watch it across the street because we expect that one of these two men might have a medical condition or medical incident during tonight's live broadcast, and we need to have the place cleared. Are you tired of this bullshit? Are you seeing the setup for what they did in 2020 being repeated? And are you going to accept it? That's what you have to ask. What Maxine Waters said, I think it's in that last piece, Maxine Waters says, we gotta investigate these Trumpies. We gotta investigate MAGA because they're gonna start a civil war or a revolution. Nope, you started it. We told you to stop. We said, if you don't stop limiting our voice, mandating how we live our lives, if you don't get the fuck out of our lives, we're going to take you out of power. We're going to remove you from those seats that you've been put in because you think you're in charge. Now, folks, either they are or they aren't. What I mean by that is either they are in charge and we don't have any real power and we've been hoodwinked into thinking that we do, so we stay silent, or the power is ours and they have no authority. That's the decision that you've got to come to. You've got to realize that at some point you're going to have to raise your voice. When we started the broadcast tonight, one of the things that I said was, if you won't raise your voice, and when I say raise your voice, I mean starting at home. If you're afraid to have this conversation with your partner, your husband, your wife, whatever, because of what it might cause, but you're ready for a revolution or civil war, no, you're not. Because if you won't speak up, if you won't stand up, then you won't pick up arms. If you won't speak up, if you won't raise your voice, you won't raise arms. That's human nature. For example, if you're afraid of swimming, if you're afraid of the water, you'll never be an Olympic diver. Because you've got to be able to get in the water first. Raising your voice, folks, saying this is bullshit. We're not doing this. I do not consent to this. I don't recognize your authority. You have no authority over me to do these things. If you don't have the courage to do that, then you don't have the courage to do what happens next. Folks, you see the bodega guy that got the shit kicked out of him in New York a couple of days ago? Two men walked by him, didn't stop and help. If you saw something like that happening, if you saw somebody getting their face kicked in, which was what was happening, would you risk your own life to defend theirs? If you won't do that, then you won't pick up arms. You're a coward. If you won't speak up, you're not ready for revolution. You're not ready for civil war. You're not even ready for what they have planned. And by the way, for those of you who keep saying the same thing over and over again, well, if we rise, that's what they want. They'll institute martial law. Folks, if they institute martial law, it just goes to prove that we're right. Look at what just happened in Kenya. How many people killed? Those people said, no, we're not paying these taxes. We're not going to be taxed into oblivion. We would rather die or you die, but we're not paying those taxes. What happened? Kenyan president relented today. They're not going to be passing the taxes. How are they going to solve the problem? Don't know. But I'm telling you that the first thing that you have to do is raise your voice. And far too many people, especially conservatives who believe in this Q bullshit, have been waiting for the white hats to do that for them. Folks, revolution doesn't start with a white hat behind the scenes gathering information. That's not how it starts. Revolution, civil war. And by the way, when I talk about this, I'm talking about not revolution in the streets of killing each other, but revolution of government. That's how it starts first. You have to revolt against what they're saying. That's what revolution means. No, I will not comply. And the way that you do that is with your voice in the streets. Why do you think the left is so effective at it? They're effective at it because they're not afraid of going to jail. They're not afraid of losing what they have to gain everything they want. You are. You're willing to stay at home and not do anything and lift a finger because, well, maybe somebody else will do it for you. Folks, those are your individual rights. They're not mine to defend. They're not your neighbors to defend. Those are your rights that you're supposed to defend. With your voice. That's how it starts. You won't tell your boss to fuck off. I'm not wearing a mask and I'm not taking your vaccine. Not going to do it. Imagine if everybody had just done that. All the people who wanted to, all the people who said, well, I was forced. You weren't forced. You weren't forced to do shit. You chose the easy way out. Kramer, I would have lost my job. Yeah. Lost mine. Lost all my clients. Went from making $700,000 a year to this year I've made $1,000 so far. $1,000. I've only got $699 to go to get back to where I used to be. What sacrifices have you made? Now, if you wouldn't sacrifice during that time, when they were just making you, take something, forcing you, coercing you to take something, and you decided, well, taking this is easier than losing my job. Taking this is easier than saying no. Taking this is easier than losing my house and my car and all. But folks, if everybody had been doing the same thing at the same time, if they'd all been more worried about themselves and what everybody else thought of them, it would have stopped like that. That's not what happened. Because 80% of people cannot say no to power. 80%. Time and time again, scientists have shown us that the human nature is you do not want confrontation. So you'll relent to the bully. You'll give in to the bully because that's easier. So for those of you, and people have said, I've lost tons of followers over it. I'm sorry. There's a line. I ain't crossing it. I don't care what the fuck you do to me. I don't care what the repercussions are. I'm not doing it. Sometimes that's hurt me. Sometimes being stubborn like that, there's a cost. I've lost jobs over it before. Not because of COVID, but just the simple fact of certain things that had a client that wanted me to do something unethical. Not doing it. I will not put my freedom at risk so that you can make an extra few dollars. Not going to do it. He's in jail, by the way. He and his whole crew went to jail. Not me. When they came to me, my conscience was clear. Not doing it. Well, if you don't do it, we're going to fire you. Fire away. I've been fired before. I've been poor before. It ain't as bad as everybody makes it out to be. You don't get to go out and eat as much and vacation as much. But guess what? I get to do whatever the fuck I want to do. I don't have to answer to anybody. I don't answer to a boss. I don't answer to the government. I don't answer to anybody except my conscience. It's time that more Americans start doing the same.
What is Impact Health Sharing?
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance.
It's a modern, affordable alternative to traditional health insurance, offering significant cost savings.
Most members save 30 to 50% on healthcare costs. With Impact Health Sharing, you enjoy the freedom to choose any doctor without in-network restrictions.
With an easy, hassle-free enrollment process.
Plus, access telemedicine 24/7 with $0 provider fees.
Call 844-827-2637 to learn how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs.
America's political prisoners need our help. CramerSez is on a mission to raise $100,000 or more. Can you help? Join our mission today at CramerSez.shop.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
And we're back. It's interesting, folks. If you've been watching what's been going on at the Gateway Pundit for the last couple of years here, one of the big issues that came up is that they were part of that Missouri case that the Supreme Court heard and talked about earlier this week, released their opinion on earlier this week, where the court decided that the federal government has the authority to urge social media clients, social media companies, to remove disinformation. Now, they're calling it disinformation because they want to skirt the issue of censorship. Because that's what it is. When the federal government, through their proxies, the social media companies, tell you what you can and can't say, that's censorship. The First Amendment doesn't say anything about disinformation or misinformation or lies. You have the freedom to say whatever you want to say. You have the freedom to say whatever you want to say. Well, you can't. There's limits. There's not. The theater thing, you can't yell fire in a theater. That was used as an example in the argument. That's not the law, folks. Never has been. That's one of those urban myths that you've believed your entire life, but it's untrue. It never happened. It was part of the debate. One of the justices asked that as an example. Could I yell fire in a theater? You can. You have the freedom to do it. Now, if there's a riot and somebody gets hurt, then you're liable for what happens, but they can't come after you for what you said. They can only come after you for what happened because of what you said. Well, that's like Trump. On January 6th, he said, we're going to go down there and fight. They impeached him for it. They got him. See, Kramer, there are limits. AOC just said the same thing a couple of days ago when she was out there campaigning for Bowman on Monday night. What was she saying? We're going to fight, using the exact same language that she impeached Trump for. Well, she didn't mean it. She didn't mean that we're having insert. The words fight, folks. That's what they said. Fight. If you don't understand that your words should not be limited by the government, because the government isn't an entity. It's made up of people. People just like you and I. They have bad days, they have good days, and they've got their agendas, they got their personal qualms, the things that they do and don't want you to, personal things that they do and don't like to do, and they're like any other human. And when they find somebody that they don't like, they've got authority and a power to go after them. What you have to understand, what you have to understand is that by you being silent, it allows them to continue doing what they're doing. What we're going to find tonight, and I'm hoping that this is a train wreck. I hope to God that this really opens things up. I hope to God that people open their eyes, because what I'm concerned about is what happens in a post-2024 election world. I've said it a million times. I'm an avid believer that Trump will not be allowed to be president. They'll never allow him to take the White House, ever. They can't allow him to get close to the controls of power and investigate them and clean house and go in and find out what the fuck's been done in our name. In our name. When these crazies from all over the planet come to attack the U.S. government, they don't go to D.C. and blow up the buildings and kill the politicians. They go after us. We're their targets. The policies that happen in D.C. do not affect the men and women of D.C. They affect us, we the people. That's why we have ultimate authority. It's our authority, not theirs. Folks, when we come back after the debate tonight, what we're going to look at is there's a video clip that I want you to hear, and I think it's important because it's a series of interviews done about the concentration camps, the detention camps that the Department of Homeland Security has been building across the nation for the last 2 years, and the plans that they have for more. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's there. We can see the documents. We can see where they're saying we're going to raise this much money. This much money is going to be spent. We need contractors to build these facilities. Folks, why would the Democrat government, why would they be interested in building detention camps for all the illegals? They've let in all these illegals, and now they're going to put them in detention camps. They've been roaming the country free on their own with their little ankle bracelets and their phones and their debit cards, and suddenly the Democrats are going to say, no, we got to round them up. They're too dangerous. Let's put them in these detention camps. No, that's not what they're for, folks. And Collins, who is running against Stefanik in New York State, well, she let the cat out of the bag. Because what she said was that, well, we should lock up these maggots. We should lock up these threats to national security and put them in detention camps, re-education camps, and teach them what it really means to be American. That's what we should do. That's what Collins said out of New York. Interestingly enough, within the same week, Hillary Clinton said the exact same thing. It's the second time that she said it. Not to mention that within the same week, AOC and Rachel Maddow over on MSNBC both said just the opposite. That if Trump wins, that they'll be put in detention camps. Why would they say that? The Republicans aren't building detention camps. Joe Biden's DHS is building detention camps. It's important to remember that not only has Hillary Clinton said, and Collins, that's running against Stefanik, I think her name is Pauline Collins in New York has said that we should be put into detention camps. That we should. And then they're claiming that we're going to do it to them while Biden's Department of Homeland Security is building detention camps. Who the fuck do you think those are really for? Don't forget that Joe Biden, on 4 separate occasions, most recently just a week ago, told the American people, don't raise your arms against me. Don't bring your puny little AR-15s against me. I will use your weapons against you. I have F-15s and nuclear weapons. Don't fuck with me. Your AR-15 is nothing. That's what the President of the United States has told the American people on 4 occasions now. 4 times. He's threatened the American people. If you dissent against me, I will use your military against you. Because it's not his. It's ours. Everything is ours. It doesn't belong to any of these men and women. But they've been utilizing our resources and our good name. Americans are good people. We're not racist. If we were racist, why is everybody busting down the door to get in here? Because we're the best nation on the face of the earth when it's being run as America and not as this quasi-fascist corporation that's currently managing everything. Folks, it doesn't get better until you get involved. And the first way to get involved is to raise your fucking voice. Stop being afraid. You're a goddamn American. You have nothing to be fearful of. You've got the Constitution on your side. That doesn't give you your rights. It tells them what they can't do. That's what the Constitution does. It doesn't spell out though it says these rights are inherent to you. We're spelling it out for those motherfuckers. The Constitution isn't for you. It's for them. It limits them, not us. The Constitution doesn't have the authority to limit the people. The people have all the rights, all of them. It's the federal government who has to obey the government, folks, has no rights. They have powers. And those powers are contingent on what we give them. We can remove their powers because we're the bosses. We, the people, rule. We are the rulers. But we've been quiet because we're afraid that the playground bully is going to make fun of us. Call us fat, call us bald, say we got chipped teeth or a big nose. Folks, you can call me anything you want, doesn't matter. I'm a big boy. Am I fat? I'm rotund. I'm about 80 pounds lighter than I used to be, but I'm still a big boy. So, no, that's a fact. Got a double chin. Bald. Got chipped teeth. Got a crooked nose, and it's big. I'm old. That's all you got? Now let's talk about ideas. I don't care what you call me. Because I'm the one who manages what triggers me, not you. What triggers me is when we've got women being raped and killed by illegals. And we're told that if we rise up and say anything about that we somehow are racist or xenophobic or are against immigration. That couldn't be farther from the truth, folks. Could not be farther from the truth. And the only way that these motherfuckers are going to stop doing what they're doing, the only way that this stops, is if you speak up, raise your voice. That's the first thing you have to do. Revolution starts with dissent. What just happened in Kenya is a great example. One fucking day, when the elites actually face the people, and they go, you know what? I think these motherfuckers are going to hang us if they get their hands on us. We better fucking relent. Guess what happened? They relented. Did people die? Yes, people died. But as Gavin McInnes said, it's war. We don't want this. We've given you the warnings. We keep telling you, don't do this. Don't do this. Do not cross this line. Don't do this. And they keep doing it. And eventually, folks, if you want them to stop, if you want the oppression and the tyranny to stop, you've got to be willing to lose everything, like they were in Kenya. You're telling me the people of Kenya have more of an American spirit than the people of America? The best armed people on the face of the earth? Well, they'll come after us. Folks, the Constitution is clear. Declaration of Independence is clear. It says that we have the authority and the responsibility that when we get to this point, that we stop it. We don't have to ask them for permission. They serve at our pleasure. And by the way, that's not just D.C. That's in your home state. I think I can almost guarantee that if we were able to go into California and some of these blue states, and particularly places like Chicago and Detroit, and we were actually able to look at the elections in those places, what they're doing nationally, they've been doing locally for eons. The Chicago machine is known for what it is. That's where Obama came from. And if you know the shenanigans about how he got into office and the chicanery and all the little moves behind the scenes, it's no different than what they're doing now. Booker is another one. Look at how Booker got into office. Go look at when he ran for mayor, what he said. There's a documentary about him running for mayor and how dirty it is. That's the Democrats doing it to each other. Another race was just overturned because they said there's so much cheating. We've got what the judge that was just arrested down in Atlanta. We've got the sheriff that was just arrested for election fraud. That was today. And we're supposed to believe that our system is functioning like it's supposed to. Folks, it's out of control. They've been doing it for so long, and now they're grasping that they've got to show their true colors. They've got to show exactly who they are because it's all they have left. We'll be right back after this.
Kramer Says. We'll be right back after these messages.
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's affordable health care.
Impact Health Sharing offers comprehensive medical services, covering preventive care, maternity, accidents, illnesses, and injuries.
Plus, choose any doctor or healthcare provider you trust with no in-network restrictions.
Enjoy the freedom and coverage you need
for your entire family.
To learn more about how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs, call 844-827-2637.
That's 844-827-2637.
You're watching Kramer Says.
And we are back. Welcome to the show. Phone lines will open after the debate. We'll be taking calls tonight at 877-619-3899. If you want to make your voice heard after the debate, let's talk about how Joe did and how Trump did. Let's talk about where the nation is. Because it's time that Americans start raising their voices. That's the first act of revolution, folks. Your voice. That's why it's the First Amendment. You have to raise your voice first. That's why they said, hey, when people don't like shit, they're going to talk. So we got to let them talk. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. But can't just be talk. They got to be able to have the power to enforce what they want. Well, give them the Second Amendment. They've got the right to defend themselves. That's a God-given right. We'll spell that out as a right. You're supposed to use your words first before you use your fists. And if you're afraid to use your words, you'll never have the courage to use your fists. It just won't happen. Waiting for the stage to go live here. We got about 2 minutes here, so we'll see how if they actually get it going on time. Folks, I think that we've got a situation in this nation to where we've been wussified to the point where our men are afraid of being men. And our women, many of them, believe that they are men. That they think that they understand what it takes to be a man. And there's this debate on gender and sex. Let me put it this way. These movies that we're seeing currently of all these women that have these superpowers to be able to jump up on a guy and wrestle him to the ground and beat him up. And he smacks him with one punch and the guy goes out. You seen that? That's this myth building. And it gives this false security to people that don't really have, well, they don't have those capabilities. Mike Tyson said it best. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And I think that that's what's going to happen in this country. We've got a bunch of men and women who have led a ton of boys and girls around this country to believe something other than the truth, that they're more powerful, that they're more special than they actually are. And I think that life is going to have a big smack in the face for them. That's what we've seen the last couple of years. My son is one of them. He was raised with privilege. Never wanted for anything. When it was time to get a car, he got a car. It was time to go to college, he went to college. Went on the vacations, the trips, all the things, all the privilege that you can have. And then he became an adult. Graduated from college, and COVID hit, and he started to learn what America really is. And how cruel it can be when you've got people in power that don't have the ability to lead. I think we're going live here. Let's go ahead and jump in, and we will come back right after this.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a four-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill. And I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the governor, former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv, and he in fact didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done, and they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people, and he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel. killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. One Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them, so you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up to Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. and they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Yeah, we'll take a little break here and discuss what's already going on. Folks, if you're not drunk as all get out right now, from all the drinking games, of all the things that are going to be done and said, Joe is hitting them right on mark. I think it's interesting. Let me get this back down here. I think it's interesting. That there's a group of people out there in this nation right now that are trying to justify this performance by Joe Biden. They're going to be telling you that Joe knocked it out of the park. He froze within the first 8 minutes. He's rambling. He keeps getting saved time and time again by Jake Tapper, who comes in and says, sir, they want to make sure they're managing this debate. This is exactly what they had to do. They could not have any distractions for Joe. They couldn't have anything in the... You can see it. Joe loses attention throughout Trump answering. Wonders. You can see him from time to time, his anger rearing up, where his eyes clench down and his jaw grits. This is not going well for Joe. Anybody who's watching this and knows body language, Joe is not Joe. It's on full display tonight. And we're able to see that Trump has no problem answering these questions and able to keep on topic. Joe can't do the same. This is who they want to lead this nation, folks. This is who they say has the ability to lead this nation. He couldn't even lead himself off the stage if they don't have somebody there calling him. We've seen it happen time and time again where he freezes. At some point, it'll happen tonight. Again, keep in mind that he had to spend 10 days getting ready for tonight. He had to spend 10 days getting his body acclimated to being up this late at night. That's not what I'm saying. That's what the White House was saying. Now think about that. You've got a president who can't stay up past 9 o'clock. Somebody has to be in bed by, 8:30? Is that who we got here? That's who's running for the left? And they think that's a leader? The guy's in bed at 9? Had to take 10 days to get prepared for one night's worth of questions. 10 days to get prepared for one night's worth of questions. 10 days to get prepared for one. He's the president, folks. How much does he have to get prepared for? Shouldn't he be able to answer these questions like Trump is? Shouldn't he be able to answer these questions as easily as Trump is answering them? No. We know what's happening here. We've seen it for the last several years. It's time, America, that you open your eyes and realize that there's only one way out of this. There's only one way. We'll talk about that after the show.
Talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for the health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. In the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, He hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people to learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. The only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. So about so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, 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 Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, He did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden.
Facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that were imported. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Every weekday morning.
Here are the 5 things you need to know to start your day.
Get the news you need.
How about this for an earnings call headline?
In 5 minutes or less.
Bravo!
CNN's 5 Things with Kate Baldwin. Streaming weekdays on CNN.com and Max.
You're watching CramerSez.
Wow. It is Donkey Kong. On like Donkey Kong. Haven't said that one in a while. Had to remember how to say it. Folks, are you witnessing what I'm witnessing? Did you see what just happened in the last 5 to 7 minutes of that debate? Yeah, seems that Biden wants to debate golf swings and who's got the better backswing and who can carry their bag. That's what Joe Biden can concentrate on because that's all he knows. He's an attack dog, but he's a dog that's way too old and needs to be, put out to pasture is probably the best way to say it. It's clear tonight. We're seeing exactly who this man is. Let's go back in, see if I can, we'll get this pulled down.
Artificial intelligence.
Do this every time. The interesting thing, folks, is that what you're witnessing is exactly what we've said would happen. Joe is showing exactly who he is. Hold on a second here. I did not know that was going to happen. So I think that it's interesting that as we watch Ramblin' Joe Biden try to figure out and parse his words and figure out where he's going. And then you see Jake come back in and once again, tap around to get, maybe that's why his name's Tapper, taps around to get Joe back into a position where they can silence him and go to Trump. They're not jumping in on Trump. They're letting him go as long as he wants. Because they're trying to find something to make him, something they can catch, a gotcha. So they can have a headline tomorrow morning. You're watching it happen. But Trump, I've said it once, I'll say it a million times, Trump is a bully. Now he's a good bully. Older brother bully. And I was the oldest brother. I was the bully in my family with my siblings. That's the way it is. That's the structure in families. Now, I was a good bully because I love them. And I would beat anybody up for them. What we're seeing tonight is Trump is doing that for the American people. He's being our bully on that stage, showing the world that we're not done, that MAGA is not just an idea that starts with that man in a red hat. It's the core and hearts of Americans. And it's what we have to look at as what we can show the world our righteousness when it's time to do the things that need to be done. This question of will you accept an election, you know exactly what they're talking about. Everyone's talking about, is it going to be a free and fair election? Well, folks, it wasn't in 2020. If you don't think that there was problems with the 2020 election and that they should be looked into so that we all agree, then we've got problems. When people say that, well, I don't think that happened fairly, and they're called un-American and unpatriotic and a threat to national security, that seems that you're only really a threat to those who are doing all the cheating. Let's go back.
President Biden, you have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay these exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get, when you're terminally ill, now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
What is Impact Health Sharing?
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance.
It's a modern, affordable alternative to traditional health insurance, offering significant cost savings.
Most members save 30 to 50% on healthcare costs. With Impact Health Sharing, you enjoy the freedom to choose any doctor without in-network restrictions.
With an easy, hassle-free enrollment process.
Plus, access telemedicine 24/7 with $0 provider fees.
Call 844-827-2637 to learn how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs.
America's political prisoners need our help. CramerSez is on a mission to raise $100,000 or more. Can you help? Join our mission today at CramerSez.shop.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
You're watching CramerSez.
Wow, 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 wow. Was that interesting? Did you get what you wanted? Did you get what you paid for? How many times on your poker card there or on your bingo card did you have Joe freezing up? How many times where he lost his train of thought and went off into La La Land until the drugs or the training over the last 10 days jerked him back? They'll say that he did a great job tonight because he did better than expected. Think about that. The guy who Robert Hur said that he couldn't charge because, well, he was incapable of standing trial. That guy is the one debating Trump tonight. And what did you learn tonight? What did you learn about Joe Biden? What did you learn about Donald Trump? You see, the nation is already chosen. We could have the election today. We're only doing it in November because that's the way we have to do it. But think about this, folks. Think about this. If they held the election today, everyone who voted in 2016 and in 2020 knows exactly how they're going to vote right now today. If there's anybody on the fence after the last 8 years, well, you haven't been paying attention. Now, there are a bunch of things. We're going to try and get to these videos. We had a technical issue, so we're going to see if we get these and these work. But there's a number of videos that we wanted to bring up and talk about and showcase to you that there is a plan in place, folks, that is past this election. I've been saying for the longest time, I don't think they'll ever allow Trump to either win or to take office, whichever that is. They can't allow the guy who's talked about retribution to actually go and follow through on his promises. So we have to start looking at what the possibilities are and what they're talking about and what we're being warned about by experts from around the world. And what they're telling us time and time again is that what Hillary Clinton said should happen, which is that MAGA should be rounded up and put into re-education camps. Not once, but twice she said that. She called us deplorables. That means beyond being able to help. There's nothing that can be done for you if you're deplorable. That's what she thinks of over half the nation. Oh, those, it's just MAGA. It's not Republicans. Folks, today it's MAGA. Tomorrow it's Republicans. Then it's the next group that they have to pick on. That's how this works. It's called the trickle-down theory. What they do is they try to find little small groups that they can round up and put together and say, those people right there are the problems. If you give me authority, I'll make sure that they don't hurt you anymore. Now, we've got a contract in this nation. It's called the Constitution. That Constitution says that I get to say whatever the fuck I want to say, whenever the fuck I want to say it. Even if it's disinformation, SCOTUS. Even if it's a lie. Yes, those are all, just like tonight, we saw it happen. We saw the First Amendment exercised tonight on TV in front of us as Joe Biden told lie after lie. We saw it happen in real time. It's time that the American people wake up and understand that what we're witnessing here in this nation is what our country has been doing in other nations for the last 70 years. They've perfected it, folks.
Unknown caller.
They've perfected it. They've perfected the art of taking over people and holding them hostage. And let me see if I can get that. Somebody called, call back. We'll put you on. They've done it in nation after nation. They've done it through South America. They've done it throughout Africa. When you find out that we have all of these military bases everywhere, folks, that's what they're doing. They're controlling those regions. And now they've got a problem on their hands. The problem is that all the chickens are coming home to roost, and they cannot allow Trump to get into the presidency. Can't allow it to happen. And that's where America has to start understanding. And this isn't a story of doom and gloom. I'm not here to be the black pill. See if we can bring this up here. Are you there?
Yeah.
There you go. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Looking, brother, what's going on, man?
Buddy, I can't hardly understand you. You have to call back. We got a bad line here. It's interesting that when you look at what the possibilities are, and I've been talking about it for the last several weeks, is that when you look at what the possibilities are of us getting back to normal, it doesn't happen. Let's try this one more time. Here we go. There you go. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, I guess they didn't want to go on. We're doing this live, so we're doing this live on the fly. It's interesting that in talking about what I've been talking about for the last several years, is that as Americans we have to learn to speak up. We have to use our voice. Everyone's calling for revolution. Everyone's calling, and by the way, this is on both sides. You've got Maxine Waters saying, "Hey, I want to go investigate. Those people are going to throw a revolution against us." Hillary and what's this Collins chick from that's running against Stefanik in New York. She says that we should be rounded up and put into detention camps. That's what they're putting together. Well, folks, when rich people, powerful people tell you that they've got these plans for you, you should believe them. And that's we're trying to get to those videos right now. So let me bring up this caller. Go ahead and what's your name? Where are you calling from?
You can hear me now?
I can't hear you, buddy. Hello? You got to speak up.
Can you hear me?
I cannot. Okay, I don't know what he's got going on there, but it's a bad call. Let me get to this video and let me see if this will work and if we can get to the ones that we actually want to see here. We'll be back in just a moment.
Caused and exacerbated by President Trump himself. It's been a time of several significant and utterly avoidable failures. Most tragically, of course, the unwillingness to respect facts and science and do everything that can be done to save lives during a pandemic. It has been a time where truth and fact were treated with disdain. It is a time of cruelty, where official inhumanity, such as child separation, became the official shameful policy of the United States. But now the Trump presidency is coming to an end. To an end. With so many squandered opportunities and ruined potential, but also an era of just plain meanness. It must be said, to paraphrase President Ford, for tens of millions of our fellow Americans, their long national nightmare is over. Yeah.
Kramer Says. We'll be right back after these messages.
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's affordable health care.
Impact Health Sharing offers comprehensive medical services, covering preventive care, maternity, accidents, illnesses, and injuries.
Plus, choose any doctor or healthcare provider you trust with no in-network restrictions.
Enjoy the freedom and coverage you need
for your entire family.
To learn more about how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs, call 844-827-2637.
That's 844-827-2637.
CramerSez is everywhere. Twitter, Truth, Instagram, and always on America's fastest growing free speech platform, CramerSez Social.
Hold on.
Free account today at CramerSez.com.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
How are we going to really almost deprogram these people who have signed up for the cult of Trump?
This document is called FM 3 through 39.40.
Okay, you there?
Internment and resettlement.
Okay, we'll go live. We get about 5 minutes here.
Manual issued by our very own Department of the Army.
There are millions of Americans, almost all white, almost all Republican, who somehow need to be deprogrammed.
But here's where it gets interesting. Buried within the dense military jargon and procedural detail is a framework that could, under certain circumstances, be applied domestically. Yes, you heard that right. This manual provides guidance that is adaptable to various operational environments, including potentially right here at home.
Because they've been brainwashed, Joy. I really believe that they have been brainwashed by this misinformation campaign.
So how do you de-radicalize these people?
Once we educate them, we coach them on how to interact and empower the person to start thinking for themselves.
I think a lot of people are going to have to be deprogrammed. We had a program addressing white supremacists that we had programs, federal programs, that went towards funding organizations like these that de-radicalized people, and President Trump pulled the plug.
Let's take a closer look at some of the specifics. Chapter after chapter, this document meticulously details how to set up and manage internment and resettlement facilities, how to process and transport detainees, and even how to handle medical and dental care for them. It talks about capturing, screening, and interrogating detainees and outlines the roles and responsibilities of military police units in these operations. Now, imagine these procedures not just in a foreign war zone, but on American soil. The manual doesn't explicitly state that these operations will take place within the United States, but it leaves the door wide open.
What ultimately breaks that power structure in the South is enforcement, right? There has to be consequences.
Over half our country needs to be reprogrammed. Not just 75 million people that voted for Trump, but the conservatives in this country.
Consider the chapter on civil support operations, which highlights the involvement of military police in civil missions, coordinating with civilian authorities. This could easily extend to domestic scenarios where the military might be called in to manage large-scale disruptions or civil unrest. We're also looking at chapters that cover the rehabilitation of detainees and the resettlement of displaced civilians. Think about that. Rehabilitation programs for detainees, resettlement operations for dislocated civilians. These are terms we associate with wartime operations in foreign lands. But here they are in a document that is perfectly applicable to situations within our own borders.
A Bernie Sanders staffer was caught on undercover camera saying that Trump voters should be sent to re-education camps.
What are we going to do with those people that resist the change? Because that's a big deal.
Well, I'll tell you what. In Cuba, what do they do to reactionaries?
They shot them on the beach.
I'm going to buy rooms and go to all the Republican voters and Homeland Security will put the children on. Okay. And we'll put them into re-education camps.
Amen.
What's even more troubling is the absence of clear boundaries. The document doesn't draw a firm line to exclude domestic application. Instead, it provides a flexible framework that can be adapted to various operational environments. The ambiguity is unsettling. It's like they've crafted a comprehensive plan for internment and resettlement and left it intentionally vague enough to be implemented anywhere, including right here in the U.S.
So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents,
or kids belong to their families, or recognize that kids belong to whole communities. Once it's everybody's responsibility and not just the households, then we start making better investments.
This isn't about fear-mongering. This is about being aware and vigilant. As citizens, it's our responsibility to scrutinize these documents and ask the hard questions. Why does our military have a manual for internment and resettlement operations that could be used domestically? And more importantly, under what circumstances would they deploy these procedures on American soil?
I have decided we really need camps for adults. And we need the kind of camps that you all run. I mean, really.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and share the link today.
You're watching CramerSez.
No, there you go. That's stage one of it right there. They're telling you folks exactly what they've got planned. It's not as conspiracy theorists out here thinking that this is what's going on. They're telling you exactly what they want to do because they have to tell those around them. Hillary Clinton said it. Collins has said it. In the last week, AOC and Matt Alhoff said that it'll be the Republicans putting everybody else in re-education camps, that they'll be arrested. That's the threat. What's your name and where are you calling from, buddy?
Judd, calling from Northwest Illinois.
Judd, what is going on in Northwest Illinois?
Well, we're just outside of Chicago a couple hours, and what's going on over there is dramatically affecting us because that city is so corrupt with everything that's going on in there, and it's starting to trickle out into our neighborhoods over here along the Mississippi River. That with all of the political agenda that's going on in that city, it's affecting all of us.
Right. And what do you think? Let me ask you the question. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
No, that's fine. I'm 50 years old.
Okay. Would you have expected this to ever be our nation?
No, not at all. I never would have expected this. I never saw this coming. And with what I see coming on out here in the rural area that I live in, the country that I live in, outside of the big city, closer to the river, I'm worried for my family, my kids.
Right.
As to
rightfully
what
so.
kind of life they're going to have.
Well, and I think that's what we're all concerned about. Is us guys that are, we call them the graybeards, that are seeing the future because we understand the past. And I think that Gen X is really starting to be awakened by the threat that this administration and those that are supporting them, where they want to take this nation, and not just the nation, the planet. Would you agree that if we couldn't rely on the 2020 elections being secure and transparent, that we shouldn't expect the same, anything but the same in 2024?
Oh no, I do not anticipate a fair election in the coming future. This next election is going to be a hoax. It's all an agenda. I've talked to my family, my friends, and we all know it's a farce. There's nothing going to be fair about it. I listened to your live tonight, and I was appreciative of you putting that on there. That's the only way I was able to see the debate. From where I live, we don't get TV or anything like that. I do have some internet, so I was able to get onto your podcast.
Well, awesome.
That.
That's why we do
it. Yeah, I'm kind of in the dead zone out here, and that was the only way I was able to see it. And I think there's a lot of people that are waking up and they're seeing what's going on, but the political powers that be are just so overbearing that there's so much corruption that
do you think we're in the position to where people haven't suffered enough, or there hasn't been something so catastrophic, or the best analogy is that we're the frogs in the water, and it's warm It's a little uncomfortable, but it's not boiling yet. So there's no reason to jump out or try to jump out. And I keep hearing people say, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I've if you've heard this as well, let me know.
No, I've heard that same analogy.
Well, let me finish up here. The full analogy I wanted to make is that we've been conditioned to believe that if we speak up, we'll get in trouble by our government. So we've been silenced. They've lulled us into this. If you speak up, if you're an election denier, that you're a threat to the nation. Or if you just want to get to the bottom of things, you're a threat to the nation. And then they just turn that on everything else, right? So
correct.
They just start calling you names. They try to blame everything on the past that their party and their ideology is responsible for onto you personally. Do you think that we can get enough people to rise above that and say enough is enough? That's not who we are as a nation. And I don't take the responsibilities for the sins of others. I just don't. Do you think that they'll grow the balls, the courage to do that?
I agree with you 100% on that. It's political warfare at its best. You can look at it all across the board with Alex Jones and everything that's going on, and a lot of other media influencers. But
Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon has to report to prison on Monday if they don't get something done.
Correct. Yes. But I think a lot of smaller people that just follow and watch are worried that if they speak up or they post certain things on social media that they're going to be targeted, and they've got too much at stake. They've got families, they've got farms. We're trying to make a living and support our kids and make our lives work, and they don't want to speak up, but in the background there's a sleeping giant. We're all sitting out here waiting for that little spark to fire off, and then you're going to see a lot of people that will come to the rescue when the time is needed.
Last week, one of the things I was asking people on Twitter is, what's their line? Do you have one? Is there one that is they've crossed a line they shouldn't have at some point?
Oh yeah, the line they cross with me is with the DEI, and the diversity, equity, inclusion, and the whole teaching my kids in school, the ideology that they're pushing down through the schools. That was the line that crossed for me. I've had a long talk with all my kids and my family. We've got a strong Christian belief, and it just that was the line that crossed for me. It's we've got to stand with God and follow that, and there's too much corruption going on and too much coercion with all of that NWO and everything else that's being pushed at us. I don't agree with that.
Well, and when somebody tells me that I'm going to have nothing and be happy about it, they don't know me very well. And I'm sure that there's a number of other people around the nation that feel the same way. Hey, thanks for calling in. We're going to take a break here. We'll be right back after this.
Why pay more for your health care? Impact Health Sharing is a not-for-profit organization, meaning more savings for you. Most members save 30 to 50% on their healthcare costs compared to traditional insurance. Enjoy affordable healthcare without the high costs. Call 844-827-2637 to learn more about how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs. Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's affordable healthcare. Call now, 844-827-2637.
America's political prisoners need our help.
CramerSez is on a mission to raise $100,000 or more.
Can you help? Join our mission today
at CramerSez.shop.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
You're watching
CramerSez.
Hey, if you haven't gone over to CramerSez.com and I got to turn that on. I always forget to turn that on. There we go. There's my beautiful face. Hey, if you haven't had a chance to go over and get an account over at CramerSez.com, go get yourself one right now. It's a free speech portal. If you like memes, if you like sharing stuff with friends, if you like conservatives, if you like people that like to have conversations, the place to go right now is CramerSez.com, CramerSez.com. Go and get yourself a free account. It's a Facebook-like experience. We're growing. We're expanding. We hope that you get over and get yourself an account there. We've got another caller on the line, and I'm going to go ahead and take this call. When we come up, I'm going to actually try and get this next video up as well. So, because we're on a theme tonight to show you what they're doing. We've already talked about the detention camps. We're going to get deeper into that with another story here. But let's take this caller. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Brooklyn, brother. What's going on, man?
Brooklyn, how are you doing, buddy?
Good. I watched that debate, and I think Operation Dump Joe Biden is going to be in full effect. They can't keep him on. They're going to get rid of him. I don't see them proceeding with him. I think Bongino hit the nail on the head with this. Right. I think today was his last straw, and they're just going to 86 Biden and probably bring in Newsom or whoever that they can, but it can't beat him. Like, it was very apparent that this guy is just not there. Like, he's just, like you said, they got to put him out to pasture or let him graze with the older cows. Right. Shadow in the sunset, brother. You know what I mean?
Well, what do you believe was his worst point tonight? Where do you think that he hit bottom?
Where I feel he hit bottom, and where I was like a little bit upset with Trump was that when he was bringing up his cases, he had sex with a porn star and that he groped this woman or whatever have you. And I mean, Trump responded, well, but I would have came back quick. Well, like, this is coming up from the guy who slept with his own daughter and sexually molested and actually is living in Russia because you're prosecuting her if she exposed you. Like, I wish his response would have been that much quicker. You know what I mean? But, I feel like a lot of the things that he was saying were blatant lies, and it was just so visceral. And I think that Tapper and the other, I forgot that woman's name, but I think they were very, very fair because the lies were just so blatant that they couldn't gang up on Trump because the lies were just so it was just so blatantly in the face. Like, yo, what the fuck is this guy saying?
Well, and how carefully worded the questions were to put Trump in the bad light without saying anything about Biden's sins on the same subject. It's funny they didn't bring up the classified documents case. Why did they bring that up? That's still an ongoing case. Why wasn't that a question tonight?
And I think Trump would have rebutted that well. I mean, what were you doing with documents? Because he wasn't even supposed to have them, by law. I mean, David Hurd found him guilty, but he was so incompetent that he couldn't charge him. If Trump would have went on that line, he would have crushed him.
Well, I'm going to correct you there, Brooklyn. I don't know if Hur found him guilty, but what he did say is that he would not be charged because he would be incompetent to stand trial.
Well, yeah.
So I don't know if he said guilty, right. but he wouldn't charge him because he would be found incompetent.
Well, I mean, I assumed he was going to. I mean, for you not to charge him is because you found something there, but you're not charging. It's like, for instance, like, all right, like, I stole something, but I'm a kleptomaniac, so like I need medical help. You know what I mean? So I can't charge him, but I'm going to send him to go to a medical facility. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I looked at it. You know what I mean?
Yep. I think that the low point of the night, where it was really revealed that Joe was having problems, is when they got into the who's best at golf debate. I mean, that's who's taller. Who's bigger? It sounds like Joe is resorting back to the playground. Did you catch up on? Did you pick up on that tonight?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not a big golf player, but seeing how personal he took that over a game versus the state of the nation, it kind of like shows you where his priorities are. As like a child, like, oh no, I throw the baseball farther than you. Right. No, I do. It's just like that's where your focus is. Like, who plays better golf? I'm like, bro, you have a Russian battalion like 90, 60 miles off the coast of Florida. Like, bro, don't you think it's a little bit more important than, whose golf swing is better? Like, that kind of just shows like the mental capacity is kind of like dwindling back down to to infancy, to childhood. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and I think it was on full display. Thanks for calling tonight, Brooklyn. We're going to move on to additional callers. It's interesting to me that when you watch it from across the country, you see people from the Midwest and the East Coast, calling in. They saw the exact same thing. America isn't blind, folks. We're not blind to what we saw tonight. There's no spin that they can put on what happened tonight. I think Donald Trump showed a lot of restraint in moving away from attacking Joe personally. He talked about the cases. He talked about what's going on. Joe wanted to be personal, time and time again. And the golfing issue, the golf debate on who's a better golfer and who's taller, who's got the bluest eyes, it sounds like Joe wants to be, well, exactly what he is, the petulant child on the playground. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Mike from Waterford, Michigan.
Mike from Waterford, Michigan. What's going on in your world?
Well, I'm listening to you, but I found you some months back. Just paying attention to what's going on in the world. Unfortunately, we're headed towards a diabolical World War III. And I agree with you on talking points earlier and, communications that I've watched of you that they're not going to let Trump, just waltz into the White House. And we're facing diabolical times.
Well, that's what I started to get into before the phone call started. And, the issue is that it's not just my theory, right? It's not just what I think the way it has to play out. It is that it's the only plausible answer, and they've put everything in line to make it happen. And just it's sad that enough Americans don't understand. They're going through their daily lives believing that tomorrow everything's going to be fine, and it's not. And that's not being a black pill. We're the canaries in the coal mine saying there's a problem, and the entire planet sees what's going on.
Yeah.
Are we an embarrassment right now?
It's funny. I was just going to jump in and say I think we're an embarrassment to the entire world. When you look at America and what it symbolizes and what's been turned into, and it's been decades in the making. But in the past 4 years since the steal, it's quite clear where we're all destined. Let's draft our kids to a pointless war. Let's kill everybody with shots, and let's tax everybody to death, and at the gas station, at the the grocery, it's a nightmare.
Yep. Do you think it can get better by keeping the same people in power?
No, absolutely not. The whole Drain the Swamp thing was about taking out both sides of people that are anti-American. I woke up about 8 years ago through great information, and again, finding you was amazing too. Because it's at the line. Truth when you get chills on your arm and you're hearing it and you see it every day. There's no magic scenario other than I agree that it's up to us. It is up to us. What role are each individual American citizen going to play in changing this country, taking it back? And that's where it lies.
Well, these rights that we talk about, Mike, are they're individual rights.
Absolutely.
Yours to defend individually. It's not my responsibility or your responsibility to fight for someone else's rights. You've got to stand up for your own rights. And if you're thinking that somebody else is going to do it, if you think that somebody's going to stand up for you without having something in it for them, that's not how the planet works. It's just not how it works. What's the economy?
It doesn't work.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you're right, because you sent some chills down my spine some time back where I kind of felt weak because I was just like, you know what? This is the truth of all of this is it's in our own hands.
Right.
I mean, if we're not willing to stand up and fight for it ourselves, it's just taken. We've gotten so lax and so lazy about how great the Constitution is. It's the most amazing document ever created. It represents everybody. It took forever to get to that point, and we're just going to give it up. It's old school. No one cares about that anymore. Well, look around. It's in everything. It's on our television screen, everywhere, everything.
Well, and again, it doesn't get any better. It doesn't get better or easier or simpler or none of the stuff that they talked about tonight is going to stop what's already going on, what's already happened. I mean, the world economy is in a free fall, and all of these world currencies are ready to crash, all of them at the same time. And so we are in a situation that if America doesn't wake up, Mike, I'm going to leave you with this one here, ask you this last question, is with where we are right now, do you see how it's possible? Do you see how it's possible how we survive the next 18 months based on what we know that's going on around the world, where the economy is, where the level of terrorism is, where war is, all of that? Does this nation survive in its current state another 18 months? I don't think so.
Unfortunately, I don't think so, and I've thought about this for the past 4 years. And every aspect of life right now is so sold out. There's an agenda that's been at play for a long time.
Right.
They're all in, and are we all in? That's the thing.
Right.
Are we all in? And that's what got to my head. I was like, am I doing enough? I talk about this all the time to people. People thought I was crazy 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And I'm just like, man, wake up. Like, it's going to be taken from you.
Right. And they've already told you. I mean, their books and their seminars, they tell you.
They broadcast it, yes.
It's
put in front of our face, and we accept it.
I've got a rule, Mike. You know what that rule is? That rule is when the bully tells you he's going to beat you up, he's going to beat you up. We'll be right back after this. Thanks, buddy.
Why pay more for your health care? Impact Health Sharing is a not-for-profit organization, meaning more savings for you. Most members save 30 to 50% on their healthcare costs compared to traditional insurance. Enjoy affordable healthcare without the high costs. Call 844-827-2637 to learn more about how you can
Howdy.
save
We're going to go here in a moment.
Even up to 50% on your healthcare costs. Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's
right after we got a video, we got to play
Call
first.
Now, 844-827-2637.
America's political prisoners need our help.
CramerSez is on a mission to raise $100,000 or more.
Can you help? Join our mission today
at CramerSez.shop.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
Well, we have a saying on this show that conspiracy theories are just 6-month spoiler alerts for what's to come. And there's no shame in raising these questions. So here's one for you. With over 30 million, upwards of 43 million illegal immigrants that have poured across the border during Biden's presidency. And the federal government is building massive facilities that can sleep tens of thousands of individuals all across the country. You probably haven't heard about these large facilities, have you? Well, why are they being built? Who are they for? We might finally have an answer. Listen.
It's not for these illegals, especially let's go off the numbers that they're telling us that there really are. They're saying, 11 million? In reality, I can tell you right now, with talking to all of the agents that I've talked to, private sector, looking at the cameras and all the real data, we're over 30 plus million who've actually entered this country.
Yep.
And so even with that, even though that's enough to replace about 36 states population, why would they need to continue to do that if they're trying to absorb these guys, make them productive members of our society, get them into housing, because we know that there are already housing projects being coordinated with builders, again, with our money. I believe it's to kind of like what Nazis did with the Jews, concentration camps, processing facilities. They're going to need somewhere to process the dissidents.
So it's not for illegal immigrants. Who is it for? Dissidents? We're going to unpack this with former 24-year veteran of the Customs and Border Protection, J.J. Carroll, who did this interview as part of his new documentary, Treason, scouring the country right now. And you just keep bringing unbelievable revelation after unbelievable revelation as part of this story. And I think, again, most Americans have no idea what is going on, and it's being absolutely kept from the American people right now. And JJ joins us once again here on the show. Great to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me, Clayton. And thank you for talking about this documentary, because as I travel the nation, I have a very, I believe I'm an expert on this topic. However, when you talk to people, and I have interviewed multiple people from all different levels of ability to get intelligence gathering data, it's fascinating to me and shocking at the same time when I speak to people that are very compartmentalized, meaning they focus on child sex trafficking. They talk about the gang members. They talk about facilities, and you get deep in that rabbit hole. Really, it's a rabbit hole. You're like, I didn't know it was this deep. I didn't know it was this broad. I didn't know it was this malicious. And you played this clip from someone I interviewed this past weekend. Her name is Christy Hutcherson, and she runs an organization called Women Fighting for America. But her background was federal contracting, and more specifically, abroad, but specifically, she worked on forward operation bases, FOBs, in military war zones, where she would put up these giant soft-sided facilities, water, food, et cetera, et cetera. So we're talking tens of millions, if not billions of dollars, right, that have transferred from her company, which she no longer is a part of, but she has access to all the bid contracts. So I'm interviewing her, and like I said, I have a very good understanding of what the hell's going on in America under this immigration invasion. But when I speak to people that are very dialed in on very specific areas, I'm shocked. And she tells me, and I didn't know this because I don't have access to it. She has access to the federal database where you can go on a website and there are endless bids for contracts from whatever. But she's focusing in on, she says to me, there's bids for detention facilities being built in all 50 states in America. And I said, okay, hold on a second. Say that again. She says, okay, I can go into a database because my company used to bid on all this. And I bid overseas, international contracts. Very, very intelligent woman, very, very connected. And she says, I go in the database, JJ, and there's detention facility bids to build individual detention facilities in every state in the union. And then she goes on to say to me, well, JJ, who do you think they're built for? Are they built for all the illegal aliens or the unaccompanied alien children? Of course not. And she has a point, right? Because
you would think, right? So that's where I was confused. I would have thought, okay, they're building all of these detention facilities across the United States for a purpose, illegal immigrants. But no, right? Because as your data has suggested, most of these ICE facilities, right? Can you talk about that, are completely empty?
Yes. Well, they are completely empty. I talked to my buddies in Texas and in San Diego, and I talked to my ICE supervisors, and they tell me, JJ, they're empty. So you're talking anywhere from 30 to 40,000 beds across America, mainly on the southern border, right, are empty. Well, why are they empty? Because we have massive catch and release. Let me explain what this looks like. In the old days, right? The old days, Clayton, 3.5 years ago, not 30 years ago, when I got someone that was special interest alien, deported felon, whatever, I didn't release them. I sent them to an ICE holding facility, and they went and they waited there a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever it was, to go in front of the judge, find deported, or found to be guilty of reentering as a felon. Then they spent time in federal prison, and then they would be deported. So we had all this bed space. But now, if I get someone that's a deported felon, I know this is going to be hard for people to believe. I arrest someone that's a deported felon now, I'm releasing them. I'm releasing them on the street. So you go from arresting people 3 years ago, setting up for deportation and prosecution, goes to, we call it a camp space in an ICE facility, and then that individual goes through the court system and then is ultimately deported after he or she serves her time. Not now. Everyone gets arrested by the Border Patrol. They quickly vet them, and then release them. Just release them. We just had 8, I'm going to mispronounce it, Kyrgyzstanians, 8 of them that crossed the border, were vetted and released. Now we find out they were actually ISIS terrorists. ICE had to go find them. All 8 of them, I believe, entered together, but all 8 of them didn't stay together. They went to Los Angeles, Philadelphia, and New York. So what Miss Hutcherson is saying is, in coordination with what I know, is you have 40,000 beds. Why would you need more? Mayorkas continues to go in front of Congress and demanding, I need more money for ICE beds. And they say to him, sir, you have no one in them. I'll give you an example. San Diego sector has like a 2,000 bed, soft-sided, hard-sided facility. The last I checked was 6 people in there.
People better wake up. People better wake up. I mean, he's
okay,
before
Clay,
Congress. He's sitting before Congress demanding more money from Congress to build more beds. And they've been built, and they're all empty. They're all empty.
Yes.
I mean,
because we don't hold people anymore.
It's a good thing your documentary is called Treason, because this is treason. I mean, this is exactly what this is. What money does he need? And then what are these detention facilities being built for, as she was talking about, in all 50 states? I mean, we're talking millions of beds across the United States. For whom?
Yeah, well, and she says in this interview, they're for dissidents, American dissidents. And she's right, because I know how that sounds, Clayton. I know when I say this out loud, like you and I talked about this before, I have an inner voice and I'm like, oh God, I got to say this out loud. But it's true. So if I'm telling you that our federal government is building detention facilities across America, and therefore people that dissent, meaning people that don't want vaccines, people that are J6ers, people that are creating militias, and you go, oh, JJ, you're insane. And I push back to you. Let's go back 20 years to present day. Are you telling me this is more insane right now, what I'm talking about, than if I told you prior to 9/11, someone's going to fly planes into a building, they're going to fall down, no one's going to believe it, then we're going to use weapons of mass destruction, we're going to go into the Middle East, we're going to be in a war for over 20 years, we're going to spend $4 trillion, thousands of men and women are going to die, American soldiers, tens of thousands are going to be brutalized in their brain and physically destroyed with limbs and burns. The government's going to create a bioweapon. Our government with China is going to release it onto America and the world. Then they're going to lie to us and not tell us where it went. Then they're going to make us wear masks, stand 6 feet apart. They make this out of whole cloth. Then they're going to admit to it. And then they're going to force us all to get vaccines. And millions of people are dying or being injured by that vaccine. Then I'm going to use another one. I'm going to go in front of Congress. I'm going to tell you that the border's secure, as video of millions of people are coming across. I just laid out 3 insane scenarios, and you're telling me that this is more crazy than those 3 that I told you?
I mean, JJ, you're nowhere near as crazy as I am. I could give you a list of 20 right now that we cover on our show.
Yes.
You want to go back to the Oklahoma City bombing? I mean, I could go on and on and on for the level of lies that our government has told us and put forth a public narrative, and behind the scenes, they're crafting something incredibly nefarious right now. I mean, it doesn't sound crazy to me at all. And I think you have large militias that are coming together across the United States right now who are preparing. I mean, we've been covering this on the show. I mean, we're talking 80, 100,000 Americans who are preparing right now for what's coming. So they're building these large facilities. Can you speak to some of the specifics of these facilities, and who's facilitating this? Is this Department of Homeland Security? Is it Department of Defense? Is it NGOs with the help of with Mayorkas at the Department of Homeland Security? How is this coming together? What do these facilities look like?
I think they're going to look like just the facilities that we're seeing where the children are being held in, those FEMA camps. That's what they're building. They're building FEMA camps. The way she explained it to me was like the way she set up, her company would set up forward operation bases in military zones where they would go in, barbed wire fences, soft-sided, those big white tents that come across. We see the videos. We see it in Hollywood movies where you can put 5, 10, 15,000 people in and just jam them into quarters. And
I should point out, to your point, she's not making this up. This was her job, and she's seeing the bids coming through in the contracts. So this is not fantasy.
No, this is not. This might happen. This is happening. Now we come to the crossroads. Do you believe that your federal government has your best interest? It's simple as that. Do you believe our government is malicious and nefarious? Look what they're doing to January 6ers. Look at that. But think of on a massive scale. We don't have to go back far in history. They interned Japanese Americans in camps. So you're telling me this government, the government that's been lying to you for decades, is now all going to be kumbaya and they found God and they're going to do righteous things? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They locked you in your houses for months on some BS COVID stuff, right? COVID was real, but they locked you in your houses. What happens when we rise up and go, I'm not staying in my houses? Oh, you're not? National Guard, martial law, round them up. So I have a woman that I think is highly intelligent, very, very successful, has made a lot of money in her business, and now is devoting her life to fighting the federal government and exposing the truth. And she's telling me, JJ, this is for dissidents. When I talk to experts and then I fact check that expert and I talk to other experts and they validate, I cannot logically listen to someone like that and then dismiss her. No. You don't know what you're talking about. No, she obviously knows what the hell she's talking about, Clayton. Look, the more I go on this journey, called me and Ryan Madden, my business partner on this documentary, called A Journey, I am absolutely shocked at what I learned. I send you stuff, right? As I come back, I send you and I tell you, Clayton, I know this is going to sound crazy. This is what I uncovered. I know it's bizarro world, but it is. I mean, this week I sat and talked to multiple people that have intimate access of child sex trafficking. So grotesque that I go home after these trips and I literally have to figure a way to decompress my brain from what I'm hearing. This
What's amazing to me is you've been on the front lines for 24 years on the border. The stuff that you've seen is horrific, and the fact that you need to come home and decompress from what you're now hearing is incredibly disturbing.
Look, Clayton, I come home, literally this is how it goes. I spend 3 or 4 days filming, interviewing, going to areas, talking to whistleblowers. And when I'm flying home, I'm exhausted, but I'm so amped up because I'm trying to process what I learned and then trying to sift through and intellectually go through what I've been told and say, okay, is this true? Okay, how do I fact check this? And then, dear God, it is true. Okay, how am I going to articulate this to America? And then in my brain, I know that this is just a personal talking point, but I personally think, God, I have to go down this road again, right? I have to go on national TV or huge podcasts like yourself and say the crazy out loud, right? I have to say like I wrote it in my book, Invaded. I had to write crazy stuff, knowing that it was factually true and the data said this will happen down the line. And everything I wrote, everything I've been saying is factually true. I mean, Clayton, go back to, I think I've been talking to you for several months now. Go back to the things that you and I talked about 6 months ago. Everything that I've said has happened.
Right.
Outrageous stuff.
Right.
It's happened. The revelations have happened. Is there a race war in Chicago? Get ready. Yes. Now everybody acknowledges it. Everyone doesn't want to talk about sex trafficking. Now that you and I have talked about it, I see it everywhere. And it's not algorithms on my phone. I'm talking willy-nilly people that I would never expect to talk about are talking about it.
Finally.
Everything that I am saying to you has come factually true. So if I've told you 10 things that have come true or actually data proven truth, why would this be a lie?
Right.
Honestly, why would I come to your show and lie?
And we can see them. Here's the thing. We can see the tangible evidence of this. We can see the contracts.
Yes.
We can see them being built in all 50 states across the United States. And we're going to see what happens here. I think, we can go into speculative territory here, but we are entering a very dangerous election. And what is going to happen with this election in 2024? We've had Colonel McGregor on the show who believes we are heading, not even having an election. So what are these camps going to be for? If they're not for illegal immigrants, what are they being used for? And she says dissidents. I mean, keep it tuned right here. I mean, I really think that this is an eye-opening and terribly scary piece of this. I want our audience has been fantastic in this. You guys can pre-order JJ's documentary right now. Pre-order it. Support this. This is independent journalism of the best kind. All you need to do is go to thisistreason.com We are not affiliated with it at all. I just believe in it wholeheartedly, and I want to promote it. So you guys can pre-order the documentary right now to help support this journalism. Go to thisistreason.com, pre-order it, and it'll be out. Your goal is like sometime in the fall, right? Like September or October when it'll publish.
Yep.
So we'll make sure.
CramerSez. We'll be right back after these messages.
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's affordable health care.
Impact Health Sharing offers comprehensive medical services covering preventive care, maternity, accidents, illnesses, and injuries.
Plus, choose any doctor or healthcare provider you trust with no in-network restrictions.
Enjoy the freedom and coverage you need
for your entire family.
To learn more about how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs, call 844-827-2637.
That's 844-827-2637.
CramerSez is everywhere.
Twitter, Truth, Instagram,
and always on America's fastest growing free speech platform.
CramerSez Social.
Make your free account today
at CramerSez.com.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
You're watching
CramerSez.
Well, you heard them from their own mouths. We'll see if we can get it done this time. You heard them from their own mouths, what they're doing, the plans. They're building the camps, folks. The ones that are crazy, that it's crazy to talk about, they're building them. The contracts are being put out by the federal government to build camps in all 50 states for dissidents. Not the illegals. They're going to welcome them into society. And who are they? When you ask who they are, you know, that's a specific question we're always asked. Well, when you say they, who do you mean by they? This is who I mean by they.
How are we going to really almost deprogram these people who have signed up for the cult of Trump?
This document is called FM 3 through 39.40, Internment and Resettlement Operations. And it's a comprehensive manual issued by our very own Department of the Army.
There are millions of Americans, almost all white, almost all Republican, who somehow need to be deprogrammed.
But here's where it gets interesting. Buried within the dense military jargon and procedural detail is a framework that could, under certain circumstances, be applied domestically. Yes, you heard that right. This manual provides guidance that is adaptable to various operational environments, including potentially right here at home.
Because they've been brainwashed, Joy. I really believe that they have been brainwashed by this misinformation campaign.
So how do you de-radicalize these people?
Once we educate them, we coach them on how to interact and empower the person to start thinking for themselves.
I think a lot of people are going to have to be deprogrammed. We had a program addressing white supremacists, federal programs that went towards funding organizations like these that de-radicalized people, and President Trump pulled the plug.
Let's take a closer look at some of the specifics. Chapter after chapter, this document meticulously details how to set up and manage internment and resettlement facilities, how to process and transport detainees, and even how to handle medical and dental care for them. It talks about capturing, screening, and interrogating detainees and outlines the roles and responsibilities of military police units in these operations. Now, imagine these procedures not just in a foreign war zone, but on American soil. The manual doesn't explicitly state that these operations will take place within the United States, but it leaves the door wide open.
What ultimately breaks that power structure in the South is enforcement, right? There has to be consequences.
Over half our country needs to be reprogrammed. Not just 75 million people that voted for Trump, but the conservatives in this country.
Consider the chapter on civil support operations, which highlights the involvement of military police in civil missions, coordinating with civilian authorities. This could easily extend to domestic scenarios where the military might be called in to manage large-scale disruptions or civil unrest. We're also looking at chapters that cover the rehabilitation of detainees and the resettlement of displaced civilians. Think about that. Rehabilitation programs for detainees, resettlement operations for dislocated civilians. These are terms we associate with wartime operations in foreign lands. But here they are in a document that is perfectly applicable to situations within our own borders.
A Bernie Sanders staffer was caught on undercover camera saying that Trump voters should be sent to re-education camps.
What are we going to do with those people that resist the change? because that's a big deal.
Well, I'll tell you what. In Cuba, what do they do to reactionaries?
They shot him on the beach.
Go through all the Republican voting, and Homeland Security will put the children and we'll put them into re-education camps.
Amen. What's even more troubling is the absence of clear boundaries. The document doesn't draw a firm line to exclude domestic application. Instead, it provides a flexible framework that can be adapted to various operational environments. The ambiguity is unsettling. It's like they've crafted a comprehensive plan for internment and resettlement and left it intentionally vague enough to be implemented anywhere, including right here in the U.S.
So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities. Once it's everybody's responsibility and not just the households, then we start making better investments.
This isn't about fear-mongering. This is about being aware and vigilant. As citizens, it's our responsibility to scrutinize these documents and ask the hard questions. Why does our military have a manual for internment and resettlement operations that could be used domestically? And more importantly, under what circumstances would they deploy these procedures on American soil?
I have decided we really need camps for adults. And we need the kind of camps that you all run. I mean, really.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and share the link today.
You're watching CramerSez.
I keep telling you, they're not going to wait for you to rise up. Hitler didn't. He didn't wait for the Jews to rise up against him. When they were ready, they took action. And they're showcasing that they're ready to do that. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Julia, Austin, Texas.
Julia, how are you doing from Austin, Texas?
Hey, well, pretty good. I just wanted to say, Kramer, how important it is that I found you, and how important it is that other people need to listen to you and follow you. You're a real man of substance and character.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And, like my dad in the 60s and 70s, he told me that this kind of thing could happen if this kind of administration were to run this country. And people need to realize that there are no bells going off anymore. These are sirens.
Right. Well, I think that there's a ton of us that are modern day Paul Revere's. We're not saying the British are coming. We're saying the Marxists are here. They're among they're among us. Down in Austin, how bad is it with the illegals down there? Are you highly impacted?
No, and it's kind of unusual, I think, because Austin is such a liberal town in a very, very red state. But Abbott, I think, takes care of us. I don't see anything, but I don't live downtown. So maybe that has something to do with it, too.
What do you think the current administration, what do you think their solution is to immigration? Is there any reason why they would fix anything at this point?
Absolutely not. We're not Israel, and we don't have Hamas at our back door. However, we're not a Jewish state, but this is our Hamas.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. We're in big trouble. Big trouble.
If you had to, are you a betting woman?
I sure am.
What kind of wager would you put on a fact that the U.S. is in a major internal conflict within the next 18 months? Based on how
bet would I place?
Yeah. What kind of odds would you give that?
I would say absolutely 100%, and I wouldn't bet against it. I would bet for it if I wanted to win, because that's what's going to happen if people don't start getting grouped up and being vigilant and doing some things that they're not used to do.
Well, and I think that the reason they've got to do all of those things is because I've been saying for the longest time, people keep saying, I want revolution and I want civil war. I don't. What I want is I want the threat of revolution and the threat of civil war. That's what they have to understand, is that is our right to speak this way. When we talk this way, this is the language of our founding fathers. Folks, they're trying to make what our founding fathers said and did, they're trying to outlaw that if we do it. They have become exactly what our founding fathers said. When they talked about, enemies both foreign and domestic, these are the domestic ones. And they've teamed up with the foreign ones. And they're calling us the problems, the ones that want to go back to the rule of law and back to the Constitution. No special rights for anybody. Everybody's got the same rights. We don't care what you do, how you live. Knock yourself out. As long as you're not killing the unborn, we're cool. And they can't do
100%.
that. I mean, was that pretty much how you feel?
Yes, 100%. 100%. We're doomed if we don't keep our First Amendment right and keep it strong and keep it going and start voicing it and speaking out and not being afraid, like you say.
Yeah, that's the one.
We can't be afraid. Excuse me.
Well, no, go ahead. Feel free to break in on me anytime. I'm a talkathon. That's one of the things that I learned, moving around when I was a kid. My dad was a minister. We moved all over. I went to 14 different schools. And so you learn to deal with bullies very quickly and how they work. And that's why I admire what Trump does, is that Trump is a bully to bullies. He calls them on their shit, and they don't like it. That's the number one thing that bullies don't like is ridicule. Those who think they're powerful and know that their power is just teetering on a lie, they're the ones that are the most dangerous. And that's what we're in the situation with right now in this country. Is this situation that's going on with Biden and his son and the corruption, it's all going to be exposed. They don't want that to happen. So based on what we've seen and based on what we saw tonight from Joe Biden and the way that he reacted and his anger from time to time, do you think that he's going to be a leader that will back off and accept dissent? Or do you think... Give me your opinion.
I don't think he's a leader. I don't even think he's a leader at all.
Well, there you go. I'll give you that.
I think it's the grandpop that needs to go home. I don't know how many people saw him touching his earpiece, but that was a little indicative of how bad of a leader he is. Not.
Yep.
He can't even speak his own words.
Well, I think what people saw tonight, it was on full display. The Democrats have to be losing their minds. I'll bet they're lighting their hair on fire. It was not. It proved exactly what we've been saying, that Joe is in cognitive decline. It's apparent to the world. When he said that nobody fears the United States, or he said that everyone fears the United States, he said that everyone fears the United States. That moment right there was Trump. You could see him laughing, smirking, because Trump understands. Trump sees. We see. Anyone who's not in the cult of Orange Man bad is going to, if you're in that, you need reprogrammed. I mean, isn't that what they've been saying? Yeah. They've been telling us,
yes,
right? Yeah. Is that they know that if you're so entrenched in your beliefs, there's no way that they can break you, and that's the only thing that they've got. And so they've got theirs as well, and I just think ours are better. What about you? Well, the problem with Biden is it's not just Biden. Right. It's everybody that stands behind him. And we don't even know who, well, we do kind of know who all that is, don't we? We know that it's even over across the continent. We've seen some of your videos of some of the people have watched about Bilderberg Group and all of those people. So it's not just Biden that we need to worry about at all. Biden's a front man. He's a puppet. He's nothing more than a puppet. He's nothing more than a puppet. That's right. Julia, thanks for calling in tonight. I appreciate your conversation. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back after this.
Preventive care and mental health are essential. Impact Health Sharing offers annual wellness visits and mental health support. Take care of your body and mind with affordable healthcare solutions from Impact Health Sharing. Experience comprehensive care for your overall well-being, mind, body, and soul. Call 844-827-2637 now to learn more about how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs. Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance. It's affordable healthcare. Call now.
America's political prisoners need our help. CramerSez is on a mission to raise $100,000 or more. Can you help? Join our mission today at CramerSez.shop.
You're watching the CramerSez 2024 presidential debate pre-show.
You're watching CramerSez.
Thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone that called in tonight. Appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and cut off the phone lines for the evening and wrap up. We've got about another 13 minutes here to make it a 4-hour broadcast. Haven't done one of those in a while, folks. We can see the writing on the wall with where this is headed, and I think that it's important. And if you listen to my message for the last few weeks, it's the First Amendment is the first weapon that you utilize in non-compliance. You stop speaking their language. You stop speaking the way that they tell you to speak. You speak as an American. You speak as a patriot. You don't have to ask permission. You don't have to ask forgiveness to use the rights that we have, all of them. And that's for every American. Every American that feels that their rights are being trampled on. That's what the whole thing about peacefully protesting is about. People are afraid to raise their voice because they're afraid that 3-letter agencies will come knocking. Well, our founding fathers had the same exact issue. The difference is the founding fathers didn't have a constitution. They fought and died to make sure that you do, but they didn't have the Constitution as a fallback. Folks, it's time that you start gathering in your communities. It's time that you start gathering locally so that you know a network of people that can help defend you from what we see happening. They're telling us what they're going to do. Hillary Clinton said it. Collins, this chick that's running against Stefanik in New York, she said it. That MAGA should be rounded up and locked up. You've seen tonight from the reports that we've given from other outlets that showcase that these plans are already in place. They're not crazy. We're not crazy. We're not insane. I didn't give up a $1 million a year job. Well, almost $1 million. Never made $1 million. I was close. I was real close. But I didn't give all of that up to do this for nothing. There's no reason for me to spend my waning years, the remaining years that I have, doing this. I was living the American dream until they ripped it out from underneath all of us. More importantly, my children. And now we're learning because of the debt and what they're promising to do with these non-elected NGOs and special groups from overseas. They're talking about handing over the rights of this nation. They didn't do it on May 27th because the rest of the planet said, are you fucking crazy? The WHO wanted control. And here we are. What do we got another? We're right before May 27th. May 27th, we had this, signing of this document to give the sovereignty of this nation over to the WHO in the event of a pandemic. And then boom, right on cue. What do you start hearing? Oh, there's a bird flu out there. They will play you as long as you allow them to play you. That's what bullies do. Yes, you might get your lip bloodied if you stand up. But in Kenya, that just happened. Go research what just happened in Kenya. President Obama's, home country, where his heritage is. Go look up what happened in Kenya when the people said we're not paying that fucking tax, and they were willing to die for it, and they were willing to make other people die for it too. Go look at what happened. They relented. The powers that be are few. We are many. And it starts with your voice. It starts with standing up. It starts with saying proudly, I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. You don't have the authority. You don't have the right. And what you've got to have is a network of people around you that when that starts happening, you can call them in. Folks, this isn't hyperbole. You've heard what they want to do. Hillary Clinton and the rest are saying, lock MAGA up, re-educate them, put them into camps. They said it on TV, which means they feel justified in saying it because they believe that they got enough people behind them that they can make it happen. They don't talk about the things that they're going to do to us that they know that are, crazy. They talk about the things that it's been justified that they can talk about because they can do them. They're not going to talk about what they're going to do next. That'd be crazy. But they've already told you what they're going to do. And they've told you what the outcome is going to be. And I've got a rule. When bullies are people with unlimited resources and a delusional idea of what the planet should be, tell me that they think there should be a lot less of us than there are of them, and they're building bunkers around the planet. When those people say that and then take those actions, I believe them. When a bully says he's going to punch me in the nose if I don't do something, I take him at his word and punch him first. I take them at their word. You should too. When people keep telling you what they're going to do to you and they keep doing it and you keep thinking it's going to get better tomorrow, wake up. You're not going to get the Trump presidency that you want. They can't do it, folks. They cannot allow this to happen. Why? Because they know the crimes, the sins that they're guilty of. And for any of those other Americans out there that have seen the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop, folks, it's not the images that I saw. That's not what made me sick. It wasn't the document showing the crimes and who was connected. That didn't make me sick. What made me sick is that the FBI had that information. They'd had it for weeks, months, years. They knew what was in there all the time. These FBI agents that Sean Hannity is so talking about all the time, that they're the file and rank are good, but everybody, no, at some point the file and rank have to come out. If we're all in this together, then we're all in this together. At some point, other people have to start losing as well. They've got to lose their jobs and their positions. They've got to be whistleblowers. They've got to come forward. Because those FBI agents that had that laptop knew that what those 51 former intelligence officials were saying was bullshit. They knew what the Bidens were saying was bullshit. They knew what Hunter Biden and his attorney was saying was bullshit, and they said and did nothing. They let the nation burn. That's why the FBI has to be replaced. We've got to get rid of the FBI. They're corrupt. They've been corrupt for a long time. Are there some good agents? I'm sure there are. But they haven't shown their heads lately, have they? And all I judge people by is that old Janet Jackson song, "What Have You Done For Me Lately?" Our nation is burning. And the tools that these three-letter agencies have used around the planet to overthrow other nations and to control the economies of entire regions of the planet, they've now turned those resources onto the American people. And they've got us fighting about shit that doesn't fucking matter. Everybody knows there's only boys and girls. That's it. If you're too afraid to say that because somebody might cancel you, grow a pair, literally. And if you delusionally believe that, well, we're going to see how that works out for you. Because we're tired of it. We're tired of all of it. We're tired of everything that's going on. We're tired of being told that we want it. Getting to the bottom of what happened with COVID, well, that's a threat to national security. And getting to the bottom of what happened with the 2020 election, well, that's a threat to national security. And getting to the bottom of the Bidens and the corruption and all the graft that's in Washington, D.C., well, that's a threat to, well, you catch on. Just like our founding fathers, folks, they went to the people of their day and they went and they said, listen, we just want our rights back. We want the same rights that the citizens of London have. We want the same exact rights. And the king said no. Why? Because it fell on deaf ears. Just like it does in D.C. If you got deaf ears that are in London or deaf ears in Washington, D.C., what is the difference? At some point, they're not serving the people anymore. And it's time to start talking in the language of our founding fathers. That's what they understand. The bully understands threats. They get it. They fully understand threatening another party. They fully understand it. That's why you cower, because they understand the power that they have, the threat. You thinking that you're going to get hurt. You thinking that you may lose something. If you're keeping your mouth shut because you want to keep your shit, then it's not your shit. It's theirs. Because if you believe that they can take it from you for what you say, then it's not really yours, is it? My dad was pretty common sense. We didn't get along very well, but he was a common sense guy. And he had a bunch of different sayings when I was a kid. And one of them was, I've heard a frog fart underwater before. I can hardly say that. I've heard a frog fart underwater before. And that was always when somebody was saying bullshit stuff. My dad's a minister, so he didn't cuss. And so those were his little euphemisms for that kind of stuff, is that he would say something and then it would stick with you for the rest of your life because it was so and he was so common sense, lowest common denominator thinking. Math genius, couldn't fucking read. He could do fractions in his head and square roots and all that in his head. Like that, couldn't read. Blue collar worker. The thing that he told me, folks, and this is the most important thing, is that he told me if they wanted to, they would. What he was talking about then was when people say they're going to do something, or that they care, or that they'll get something fixed, and then they don't. And then you get upset. And what you have to understand is, if they wanted to, they would. If they wanted to do it, they would. They don't want to. And nothing that you can do is going to change them. So what you have to understand is that everything that you're standing for is for you. You've got to do it yourself. You can't rely on others. Because those rights that our founding fathers fought for, those rights that our founding fathers spelled out, they recognized as God-given, that they can't be taken by vote. They can't be taken by proxy. They can't be taken by some overzealous DA or judge or corrupt presidency. For all of that to have power, you have to use your voice. Before you pick up the gun, before you pick up the cannon, you've got to spout your mouth off. That's the first thing that they have to hear. That's the shot heard around the world. When the American people have the courage of what just happened in Kenya, we're not doing this. Well, they'll send us to jail. Well, you've heard tonight, they're going to do it anyway. With that being said, I'm out of here. Thanks for joining. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
What is Impact Health Sharing?
Impact Health Sharing isn't insurance.
It's a modern, affordable alternative to traditional health insurance, offering significant cost savings.
Most members save 30 to 50% on healthcare costs. With Impact Health Sharing, you enjoy the freedom to choose any doctor without in-network restrictions.
With an easy, hassle-free enrollment process.
Plus, access telemedicine 24/7 with $0 provider fees.
Call 844-827-2637 to learn how you can save 30, 40, even up to 50% on your healthcare costs.
America's political prisoners need our help.
CramerSez is on a mission to raise $100,000 or more.
Can you help? Join our mission today
at CramerSez.shop.
You're watching the Kramer Says 2024 presidential debate pre-show.